tengo que ir a que no me conecte. Qué chica. Pero pues ni modo, así es el rollo.
Saludos, sigan. Se acaba de bajar, se acaba de bajar. Saludos a todos por allá.
Cualquiera de ellos. Yo voy a hacer fotos.
Para observación pública es la parte de abajo, miren la calle.
Ah, perfecto. Gracias.
No, no pasa nada. Según iba a componer el área para eso.
Sí, porque yo como veo que la gente funciona bien a la gente. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm going to like a little brief. Low. And then what's the second? I'm just going to be like, let's start up over here, and I'll start to move out with them. I'll just do them. Crowd filter.
Yes, my name is Amit Tripathi from Los Angeles, California. I'm here to watch the eclipse, and I wanted to go. I was here in Dallas, so I said I will come out and look at the eclipse. Oh, I love Mesquite. This is a place where you can see the real, the big state of Texas and all the local people away from the big town. I've always been in big towns, and so nice to be in the neighborhood where people are really enjoying, and it's really a celebration here.
And is this your first eclipse? Have you seen eclipses before?
Luckily, I had seen the last one, August 21st in 2017. I was in Des Moines, Iowa, and then I drove all the way to, I believe, Lincoln, Nebraska. It was pouring rain. It was no expectation of clear skies, and it was a very narrow band for totality. And just about the totality, it became clear skies. Clouds were still there, but you could see the darkness, you could see the full eclipse, and it was amazing. You can see the nature, I saw the fields, and it was an experience that I love to have again and again. I am very optimistic. The experience is going to be amazing in my view, and as the midday skies come up, I think the sun will kind of help us to clear out the lower clouds, and I think it's going to be very exciting. I am going to look at some of the corona, and I'm also going to look at the nature, how the nature turns. This is a much longer totality, about 4 minutes or so. In the past it was shorter, so I want to see how birds and how animals and how the weather changes. Climate also gets a little bit cooler, and so you have to kind of look for all of those things. And I think there's some more planetary stuff that I think we'll watch for. And the last time I saw was after the eclipse. It was the most beautiful double rainbow a couple hours after. So I'm going to look for some other things post-eclipse also. Yes, I certainly have, and have some exciting ones too. So we'll look at that. I have also a camera with all the filters and a telescope with the solar, filters on it. I would like to congratulate this Mesquite team here. They have done a fantastic job of rodeo and celebration here, and that's going to be very exciting for future generations as they learn about that. And the next one, I believe, is in 2044 or something like that. So I think by that time we'll have much more information about sun and how the sun and earth are so interrelated for survival. You welcome.
in town from?
We're coming from Long Island, the Stony Brook area.
What are your last names?
Dennehy, Dennehy. Yep.
And what's your name?
I'm Jack.
Jack. What's your brother's name?
Chris.
And your parents?
My mom is Melissa, and then my dad is Mike.
And how old are you and your brother?
I'm 13 and he is 9.
Photographer of the bunch?
Yeah.
You got a real lens on there, that's good.
Yeah.
It's all about the glass, that's good.
Uh-huh.
And you're from Stony Brook.
Yeah, so here I am.
Thanks so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Wait, so where can I find you? Can I see those photos? Where can I find those photos?
Well, I don't know if they'll use them or not. I'm going to put them in our, we've got people all over the country. So if you just Google Associated Press Niagara, maybe you'll see it pop up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Robert, do you want me to break off and go down? Or do you want me to wait for her potentially to come to us? Robert, can you hear me? I can hear you. I'm tethered to the Ethernet, so I think we're going to have to hope she does a stop by. For some reason my...
Directamente pueden utilizarlo. De hecho, hay hasta talleres y así donde pueden ustedes crear una frase con puros hoyitos, ¿no? Como puntillismo, pero de hoyitos. Y entonces ahora sí pueden hacer esta proyección y entonces se van a generar pues letras o frases o dibujos que tengan todos los hoyitos, pues la imagen del eclipse. ¿Alguien ya había conocido este método o había visto fotos en redes? ¿Sí? Ya, por allá dicen que sí.
Excelente. Hay que recordarles que en la parte derecha, sobre la banqueta del malecón, hay un área de observación pública con telescopios, ¿vale? Entonces las personas que están por allá, que se van uniendo, incluso ustedes también, se pueden mover para allá, pueden acceder ahí con nuestros voluntarios para que puedan observar con el telescopio. A través del telescopio pues van a ver la imagen del sol mucho más grande y van a ir viendo el avance del eclipse. Es muy importante recordarles que a las 11:07 vamos a vivir la totalidad, ¿vale? Entonces esa es la parte más interesante y más fabulosa del eclipse. Así que vayan tomándolo con calma.
Eso es muy importante, tomarlo con calma, porque hay veces que nos desesperamos mucho, ¿no? Y también hay veces que creemos que el eclipse va a durar como poquito, solamente unos minutos y ya se acabó. Y en realidad nos estamos dando cuenta que va a durar casi 3 horas, 2 horas con 40 minutos. Y entonces eso implica que pues tengamos que estarnos hidratando. Por favor, hidrátense, tomen agua, pónganse bloqueador solar también. Veo que también muchos traen sus sombrillitas, eso es muy bueno también para que nadie sufra de insolación.
Claro que sí, entonces tranquilos, recuerden que esta es una fiesta, entonces queremos ánimo de fiesta, queremos mostrar el mejor Mazatlán posible a todos nuestros visitantes. Nos visitan de todas partes del país, pero también de muchas partes del mundo. Por ahí, si hay alguna sociedad astronómica de otros países, vienen de Costa Rica, vienen de Francia, vienen de Estados Unidos y de Canadá. Conversen también con los astrónomos, ellos les pueden dar muchísima información sobre el eclipse. Allá vemos a Colombia, allá está Colombia. Bienvenidos.
A ver si ya vimos Colombia, a ver, Costa Rica. ¿Dónde están los de Costa Rica? Por allá, ¿no? Yo conocí a unos de Costa Rica también en la semana.
Sí, también hay gente de Finlandia, gente de Australia, de Sudáfrica. Aquí están todos. Esta es una gran fiesta astronómica. Es nuestra obligación dar una muy buena imagen de Mazatlán para que estos turistas regresen y vean todas las bondades que tiene este puerto.
Qué bonito, y qué bonito también, pues justamente como les decía al principio, que nos haya recibido Mazatlán tan bonito. Yo también les quiero agradecer a la Sociedad Astronómica Mazatleca por recibirnos, por estar también en esta parte de la organización como casa, porque esto personas que estamos aquí. ¿A poco no, chicos? Sí.
De verdad, el eclipse es un evento que les aseguro van a recordar por el resto de su vida. Así vivan 20, 30 o 40 años más, van a recordar qué estaban haciendo el 8 de abril de 2024. Así que compartan esto con su familia, abrácense, quiéranse, recuerden esto es una fiesta y guarden este recuerdo porque el próximo eclipse pues vamos a tener que esperar más de 300 años para que vuelva a pasar aquí en Mazatlán. Así que bueno, ya no nos va a tocar, pero este es el momento para estar aquí.
Muchas gracias, David. Gracias, Trish. Continuamos ahora con un vals cósmico. Ustedes lo recordarán de la película 2001, Odisea del Espacio.
Not in our or anyone we know's lifetime, but.
No. So the moon is orbiting the Earth, and the Earth is spinning on its axis. The current configuration, where the moon is 238,000 miles from Earth, is not static. The moon is currently moving away from the Earth, and we know this both because we understand gravity, but also because we've actually made the measurements. The Apollo astronauts in 1969 and 1970 left little reflectors, little mirrors, on the surface of the moon. And we now shoot lasers from telescopes on Earth to those reflectors. The light bounces off them just like it's a mirror and comes back. And by timing the time it takes to get there and back, we can measure the distance of the moon to about 1/4 of an inch. And what we see is that the moon is systematically moving away from the Earth at about 1.5 inches per year, which is about the rate at which your fingernails grow. If you don't cut them for a whole year, they'll be about 1.5 inches long. So that's the rate at which the moon is receding from the Earth. The reason for this is that the moon's gravity interacts with Earth, in particular the oceans on the Earth, and raises tides. As you know, there are 2 tides a day. The Earth spinning on its axis under those tides produces a friction, and that slows down the rotation rate of the Earth. So the rotation rate of the Earth is actually systematically slowing down, and to compensate for that, the moon is moving slightly farther away. Now, we know this is true from the fossil record as well, because 300 million years ago, we have fossils of corals, and corals show bands, like trees show rings, that are annual, but they also show daily fluctuations as a consequence of the tides, because of course they live in the ocean. And we can see that 300 million years ago, the day was only 22 hours long, and there were 390 days per year, because of course the time it takes us to go around the sun hasn't changed. And so days were shorter. And because the Earth has been systematically slowing over that time since the dinosaurs came into being, and the moon is moving farther away, the Earth's slowing and the moon is moving further. And as a consequence, in a long time, hundreds of millions of years, the moon will have moved sufficiently far away that there'll never be a total solar eclipse, because the moon, of course, is not going to change size, the sun's not going to change size, and as you get farther away from the Earth, the shadow will never reach the Earth.
You can't eclipse it. It can't eclipse it, right?
So there'll be annular eclipses where the moon covers up the center of the sun, but you see the sun all around the edge.
Does it mean the days will get longer too?
And the days are getting longer. They are getting longer.
They are?
Yes.
It's not just my own weariness.
No. Not such that you'd notice they're getting longer, but they are getting longer by tiny fractions of a second per year, yes.
Mm-hmm. Wow, interesting. So what does that, I mean, wow, that has some long-term...
Well, the really long-term is fascinating, because eventually we'll get to the point where, as today, the moon has one face towards the Earth, and we never see the backside of the moon. It's not the dark side of the moon, Pink Floyd notwithstanding. It's the backside of the moon, right? Which is fully illuminated at the new moon, like today, right? It's the other side of the moon. It's illuminated. That looks black. The side we see looks black because the sun's on the other side of it, right?
Okay.
And then as it goes around, 2 weeks from now, we'll have a full moon, and that's our side of the moon is illuminated. But that same face of the moon stays facing the Earth all the time, and we don't see the backside.
We don't see the backside.
The Earth, of course, is spinning once a day underneath it, so the moon gets to see all of the Earth. However, as this process goes on and the Earth slows down and the moon moves farther and farther away, eventually it will lock such that the Earth and the moon will only see one face as they go around. And as a consequence, the notion of a honeymoon will have a new concept, because you'll have to go all the way around the Earth to see the moon at all.
Oh.
Because the moon won't be visible from half the Earth.
Wow.
But it's sufficiently long in the future that we won't be here.
Billions?
Billions, yes.
Okay.
Billions of years.
Shall we not worry about that today?
Yeah, that's one thing we don't have to worry about.
Okay. Should we talk a little bit about insolation, which is different from insulation? But what is insolation? I think we actually even have a video clip of sort of what the insolation will look like, which we could show. But I must admit that's not a word that was in my repertoire.
Well, the only difference between the two words is sol, S-O-L, in the middle, which means sun. Right?
Yes.
So insolation is the amount of energy we receive from the sun.
Okay.
The
That's
top-
what we're looking at here. This is
So
the expected, I suppose.
Oh, this is today's, I guess. I see.
Okay, there goes
Here-
the sun.
Here you see the shadow
Yeah, and the insolation.
moving across. So insolation is just the total energy reaching the Earth from the sun at any given time.
Which just means it gets cooler? Or what?
Well, as the insolation goes down, it gets cooler, which is why it's cooler at night than it is in the daytime, because we're not getting any energy from the sun on our side of the Earth at night. But this affects the seasons as well, of course. Because the Earth's rotation axis is tilted by 23.5 degrees with respect to the plane of its orbit around the sun, in the wintertime, the sun is directly overhead in the southern hemisphere and comes in at a very slanting angle in the northern hemisphere. So each square meter of ground gets much less energy.
Right.
Whereas in the summertime, not at our latitudes, but say in Florida, the sun is directly overhead and as a consequence gets the full solar insolation. So it just depends on the angle of the sun in the sky as to how much energy is received by each square meter of Earth. And that is what determines globally, with storms and things like that taken into account, what the temperature is.
But an eclipse is just a matter of hours.
So in an eclipse, well, the matter of minutes.
Minutes, really, yeah.
The insolation drops to zero, or close enough to zero. And that's why you literally feel it get cold outside. I mean, and temperature can drop by 5 or even 10 degrees.
But that's not a huge effect on any life form or...
No. As I said, cooling air is denser, and so that will change the pressure across the eclipse path. So you might get a little breeze that blows in from warmer areas to fill in the colder areas. But as soon as the sun comes back again, 4 minutes later, it's receiving the full amount of energy. So.
Right. And what about the grid? What about solar panels that would, lose sort of the sun's panel power?
Completely lose power, yes.
Yeah. Is that a concern?
I don't think so. Again, the time scales are very short. The solar panel array will reduce down to close to zero at the moment of totality, and then gradually build up again over the hour when the moon moves away. But most people's systems have batteries that allow them to smooth out those things, because clouds drifting overhead do the same thing. Right?
I was going to say, right, what's the difference?
Oh, a cloudy day, you only get about 10% of what you get on a sunny day.
Yeah.
Out of your solar panel.
And during an eclipse, with the 4 minutes, let's just say,
You'll
of
get zero.
totality aside, when it's partial, it's a sort of akin to a cloudy day.
Exactly. I mean, if that much of the sun is covered up, you're going to get 90-some% of the energy you'd normally get. Where are we now? Oh, this is still in Texas. Oh, so that's good. The clouds are gone.
Yeah, that is good.
Oh, no, they're still there, but not
still,
too bad.
I think it adds to the drama. I like it. Yeah. How did you become an astronomer? What led to your career choice?
Oh, well, I guess it's a testament to liberal arts education.
Really?
So I went to college convinced I was going to be a theater major.
No.
Yes. And I actually attribute 70% of my success in life to my theater major, since most scientists aren't great at public lecturing, and I have some skills at that. And also, when you're a theater major, of course, you have to write a lot of papers, which have to be succinct, trenchant analyses that are persuasive of your point of view. And when you're a scientist, those are called proposals, which gets your money and telescope time. And so those two skills have been extremely important to me. But I don't actually remember why I took a course in astronomy, because I had no interest whatsoever when I was a kid. 95% of my astrophysical colleagues had built telescopes by the time they were 10 years old. They were really into it. I had no interest whatsoever. So I probably took it as a consequence of a distribution requirement in a liberal arts college. And the professor was not very good. In fact, he was so bad he was fired for being a bad teacher. Doesn't happen anymore, but it used to happen then. but I became fascinated by eclipsing binary stars. So it turns out our sun is very typical in terms of its age, its temperature, its size, its mass, its chemical composition. But there's one difference, and that is most stars have companions. Most stars are in pairs or triplets or even quadruplets or quintuplets, and they orbit around each other. Many stars also have planets like our sun has, but they usually have another star. So when two stars are orbiting each other, if you're aligned appropriately, one star will pass in front of the other and, as is happening here with the moon, block that star's light. And then half an orbit later, the first star will block the second star's light, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, you can't see two stars because they're far too close together. We're so far away that you can see a single point of light. But that light gets dimmer and then brighter again and then dimmer and then brighter again, just like the eclipse is going to make the sun get dimmer and then brighter again, right? And
as each star is being eclipsed by the other, its twin,
right.
okay.
And as a consequence, from just looking at that dimming and brightening and dimming and brightening, you can determine to fractions of a percent precision the masses of the stars, the radii, the diameters of the stars, the structure of their atmospheres, their departure from spherical symmetry, the chemical composition of the stars, the origins of the stars, the fate of the stars. You can determine everything about the life story of these two stars. And I found this fascinating. So we had to write a paper at the end of this, again, liberal arts college, right? Write a paper in a science class. So we had to write a paper. It was supposed to be 8 pages long, and mine was like 38 pages long because I became so obsessed with these eclipsing binary stars.
Oh my goodness, you tapped into an overachiever self.
Yes. And then, so I guess I was sufficiently captivated. I thought, well, I'll take one more course in astronomy. Well, it can't hurt me. And there I had a spectacular teacher. She was from Germany. She was the first female professor in the physical sciences in Germany. So she was about 5'1", but she was tough.
Mm-hmm.
And she made us actually do astronomy. Now, this was way before CCD cameras, so you needed photographic glass plates and photographic film, and you had to develop the film and do the measurements and all this other stuff. And the last day of class, when we had done all this, just a class of 8 people, she said, so, I think this time we take you where astronomy is done. And she passed out 8 plane tickets for all of us to go from Massachusetts to Arizona for the month of January to see telescopes, to meet all the astronomers and observe and all this other stuff. And the last day,
that was a field trip.
That was a field trip. I never did find out if she paid for that herself or whether she actually got money from the college to do it. But anyway, she was wonderful. And the last day we were driving out to the observatory at night with the director of the observatory. And I was in the back seat, and he said, so is anyone here thinking of becoming a professional astronomer? And I'm thinking, this is pretty good. I said, well, I maybe consider it, you know. And so he said, okay, so suppose you're called to testify before Congress, which is ironic because as president of the AAS, I was called to testify before Congress 40 years later. But, and you have to justify spending public money on this completely useless profession because, I mean, what are the practical applications? Zero, right? And so it was during the Apollo program, and I said, well, you know, there's miniaturization of computers, that's going to be important, which turned out to be true. And there's Tang, you know, there's powdered orange juice, yeah, that's probably important. And he cut me off and he said, no, there's maybe spin-offs, there may not be spin-offs, but that's not a justification. The justification should be the same as that for supporting symphony orchestras and opera companies and poets, because it distinguishes us as human. And I thought, gee, I like that. I could do a profession that distinguishes us as human. And so I became an astronomer in the back seat of the car that night.
I might cry. Because I feel that is so full circle. Everything I read about witnessing an eclipse is a reminder of our shared humanity and our place in the universe.
Yes, I think human curiosity is one of the most important attributes of our species. Unfortunately, our education system is not ideally suited to foster it. Rather, it usually suppresses it. But people can still be sparked by things like eclipses to recognize their place in the world and their connection to it.
Right. Wow, how interesting. I wonder how many young people will experience this eclipse and have a career change as well. You chose the bright lights of the solar system instead of those of Broadway.
Yes, and I must confess that my wife, who started on Broadway when she was 6 years old and worked for 35 years in television and Broadway, assures me I would still be waiting tables if I had stuck with my theater career. So probably just as well I made the switch.
Well, we should all be so lucky to have a professor who is so both entertained by his chosen subject and entertaining in explaining it to us. Okay, so just back to what we are looking at. This is a feed from Sky Show, which also has a special telescope, and they actually provide services to NASA for launches and such, and they have offered us this feed from Arkansas, which is pretty great looking.
So it's got some clouds, but it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you to Skysha for that. Oh no, my goodness. They're going to be in Vermont as well, I think, later in the day. Yeah, these are their special telescopes and tracking system, which they developed for NASA launches and re-entry imagery.
I see. This is a different place, though, because the moon's already
you're right.
Making progress here.
This is a different feed. The moon is making progress. Oh my gosh. Look, it's so dramatic. So if you were on the ground, I mean, this must be Mazatlan, right? Don't you think?
I think that's not the direction the moon was coming from at Mazatlan, actually.
I think the feed is in and out because of the clouds.
Yes, it is.
Right. Here we are back to Sky Show. And again, that's a telescope feed.
So should we talk about some of the historical eclipses that
Can we?
made an impact? Sure.
Yeah. You tell me.
Well, the first record we have is from a petroglyph in Ireland, at one of the megalithic things in Ireland, built roughly the same time as Stonehenge, maybe a little earlier even. And it's from November 30th, 3340 BC. So that's a long time ago. There's no, of course, written record, but there's a petroglyph that appears to show the moon covering up the sun. In 2334 BC, there was a famous eclipse in China, but the two court astrologers, Shi and Ho, had a little too much Moutai, and so they failed to predict this eclipse, and the emperor promptly beheaded both of them.
Okay.
So it was a pretty tough job to be an astrologer in the Chinese court, I guess. In 1178 BC, April 16th, it's probably the eclipse that Homer wrote about in the Odyssey. It would have been 4.5 minutes, just like this eclipse here in ancient Greece. In 585 BC, the Lydians and the Medians were in the midst of a 5-year war, slaughtering each other. And during one of the battles, a full total eclipse occurred, which so awed them that the fighting stopped and they forged a peace treaty as a consequence. So eclipse can be peacemakers. And then in August of 1868, which is one of the first times the corona was studied in detail, it was recognized by both a Frenchman and an Englishman that there was a particular signal of, we call them lines, of the spectrum of the sun, which didn't correspond to any of the known elements in the periodic table, most of which had been filled in by then. And in fact, they gave it a name, and they called it helium, after Helios in Greece. And of course, helium is the second most abundant element in the universe, and we never recognized it on Earth. It was first discovered in the sun.
During an eclipse?
During an eclipse, right.
Amazing. Amazing. Those are great stories. Okay, let's, David, I have a few more questions for you.
Good.
From our viewers. Okay. A lot of these are about glasses, which makes sense because people are getting ready to go outside, and we want to remind you, you must use proper eclipse glasses, right? Are paper or plastic glasses better?
It doesn't matter. All that really matters is the material that you're going to look through. That's what's critical. It doesn't matter if they're paper, plastic, or metal, or whatever they are. And you must make sure that you can't see anything else except the sun through those filters. Mm-hmm. And if that's true, then you're okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you really want to use proper eclipse glasses, and not sunglasses, not sunglasses, not sunglasses.
Oh, definitely not sunglasses. In 5 to 7 seconds, you'll destroy your vision.
Don't do that, please. Okay. Why is it, we talked about this a little earlier, but let's do it again because I think it's important. Why is it more dangerous to look at the sun during an eclipse?
Well, it's not more dangerous to look at the sun during an eclipse. It's just that you wouldn't bother to look at the sun any other time.
Your eyes won't really let you look at the sun because
That's
your
right.
brain has a shut-off valve.
That's right. But the point is that even when the moon is covering 90% of the sun, the amount of energy the sun is putting out and is entering your eyes is too great for your eyes to withstand.
Yeah. I did read a story actually about a doctor who saw a burned cornea that had like the crescent shape in it from someone. I know, it's terrifying. So don't mess around with this stuff, people.
Don't mess around.
Okay. And then, apropos of that, I suppose, can you use a colander to look at the eclipse? We should explain how and what and a colander for looking at the eclipse really means.
A colander is great because you can see 20 or 30 eclipses. What you have to do is hold the colander up with the sun over your shoulder.
You hold it in front of you.
Hold it out to the side. Well, not in front of you, because
okay,
the sun won't get to you, but to the side. And have it project onto some clean surface, a sidewalk or a deck or a piece of paper you can put on the ground. And each of the little holes will act like a pinhole camera and provide you a photographic view, if you will, of the eclipse.
Great. Okay, this is our last question, and then we're actually going to cut to a live feed from Mazatlan. Can my 3-year-old watch it using the regular eclipse glasses?
As long as you make sure, I mean, the spacing of the glasses isn't too wide for their eyes. And you must make sure the filters cover the eyes. But then it's perfectly fine.
I did see a really cute little thing on YouTube, a crafts project where you could mount the eclipse glasses onto a paper plate to cover more of their face, which is something to think about. That might add protection.
Well, the main thing is the spacing. If their eyes are closer together than your eyes, which I think little kids' eyes are closer together, then the adult glasses might not fit.
Yeah.
The important point is to make sure the filters that you look black are covering her eyes, and then it's fine.
Okay, great. I am so grateful to you for your time, Professor David Helfand from Columbia University. Your insight and your personal stories have really made this so fun for me. I hope you'll come back for our next big solar event.
Celestial event.
Celestial event, thank you.
Well, it's been my pleasure entirely. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Solar systems, who knows what else is happening out there, but this is the only one that we know of, and so I think that just makes everyone so thrilled.
And just like really quickly, what are some of the next total eclipses that people can look forward to?
Well, in 26 and 27, we're going to have to cross the Atlantic. Everyone's going to have to be on the either Greenland, Iceland, parts of Spain, Northern Africa. Those are going to be some really good ones coming up. So
that's in 2026, isn't it?
Yeah, 26 followed by 27 in Northern Africa, Morocco, Egypt, if you want to catch the pyramids at the same time. So those are really going to be good ones. But the next coast-to-coast U.S. eclipse, you're going to have to wait to 2045.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Marcia. That is all the time that we have for now because we have an exciting guest to speak to over in Canada. So we're going to throw it over for a chat with a Canadian astronaut.
Here, 1:38. Time to join us. Just to tell me a little bit about what we can hopefully expect to see today. So obviously we'd love to be able to see the sun and the moon passing in front of the sun. Looks like the clouds are going to stop us from seeing that, but we are going to experience totality here regardless. It's going to become nighttime. I've never seen a total solar eclipse, so I'm excited to experience it myself, but speaking with other people, I think we're still going to see some of the cool effects where the lighting is going to change here. It's going to get very dark, but as we approach and get into totality, look at the colors. Different colors are going to show up differently. We may see different lighting effects on the ground. Observe the does. How does nature react in this moment? It's going to throw them off a little bit. So these are the things I'll be watching for, even if we can't see the sun because of the clouds.
That's going to be pretty exciting. You're an astronaut and you are looking for this. That says something about us, huh?
Oh, it's a unique experience in my lifetime. First time I see it, for sure. I think it's just a fun experience to get outside together, have some community, talk about science, how it affects our lives. I think it's a really important conversation today for people to understand that science is nothing more than us just trying to understand what is fact, what is fiction. We don't have all the answers yet. Part of science is asking the question and then trying to finally get to a conclusion. Science is something to be embraced, and it's important for our future here on the planet.
And science is a big part of what happens next year for you. Talk some about what happens for you next year.
So I feel very fortunate. About a year ago, I was assigned with the Artemis II crew. We're going to fly a new rocket, the Space Launch System, the Orion capsule. First time we put humans on this, and the crew and I, it's Reed Wiseman, Christina Cook, Victor Glover. We're going to, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian, and we're going to take that capsule, fly it around the moon, and bring it back and get it ready for future Artemis missions where humanity will walk on the moon once again. And we're doing this as an international collaboration, which is an extraordinary example for the world right now.
You mentioned that hope eventually we go back to the moon. Every little bit counts in this.
Oh yeah.
Right? It takes public support. You see behind you, this is public support, right? Talk about how important that is that people kind of get behind going back to exploring to space.
The overall sentiment that the crew and I have felt since we announced the Artemis II mission has just been overwhelmingly positive. People are inspired by exploration. I meet young Canadians and Americans all the time, and they are fired up. They want to know how they're going to be able to participate in exploration in the future. And I think there is more of a common understanding now that when we push ourselves in places like space exploration, the benefits do ripple back down to our lives here on the planet. Even today with this eclipse, we're going to leverage this opportunity, NASA, Canadian Space Agency, to study this. We'll learn new things about space weather, which affects how we're communicating right now. And so there's just, science is something to be embraced, but also just to remind our children that we, as a global population, can do extraordinary things when we set big goals and we come together to accomplish them.
Well, I'm going to throw to our colleague Kyle down south. Hopefully he has a better view of these clouds and maybe gets to see it entirely. But I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yes.
And we'll go back to Texas.
Yes, wonderful. Happy eclipse, everyone.
So there are so many exciting things happening today, not just for the people across the path of totality. That's just a narrow band, across North America. So much of North America is actually experiencing a partial eclipse right now. And you know what? There are so many experiments. Like, for example, if you have household items like a colander or a cheese grater, you can, if you're underneath some partial eclipses, take a look how strange the shadows are at the moment. So here in Mazatlan, it's kind of hard to see, but here in Mazatlan, all right, up above us, as the clouds are clearing up, we're starting to see the partiality, and it's impacting, the way that shadows are being cast on the ground. And it's kind of hard to see here, but if you take a look at the shadow cast by the cheese grater that I've got on my hand, it's actually reflecting the eclipse. It looks like a shadow, the moon is taking a bite out of the sun. So, there's so much to do here. We're not just waiting for totality. We're really being excited about all of the things that everybody around the country can do at home safely and enjoy it with their friends, families, and so much more. All right. And with that, let's We're also at the moment. This is a testament to how fast weather moves in Texas. For example, just this morning it was completely clouded over with low-hanging clouds. You know, sort of not the ideal thing. Just a few meters behind us, a couple of blocks behind us, clouds are covering, but then the sun keeps peeking out. So, you know, there's just so much high hopes here, and we'll see how it goes. And that's probably happening all across North America right now. Lots of positive vibes. And so with that, let's take a look at how the rest of North America is preparing for their moment with the solar eclipse. Hello and welcome back here in Mesquite, Texas. Joining me now to dive into Solar Eclipse 101 is Leslie Barnhill, science educator at the Mesquite Planetarium. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you. So tell us at first, about the 4 phases of the eclipse. What are people looking forward to? What can they pay attention to?
Okay, well, there are 4 to 5 phases of the eclipse. We actually call them contacts. The first contact is when the moon comes in contact with the sun. That's when you start to see the moon's black disk come in front of the sun, and it's actually happening right now here in Mesquite. The second contact, or the second phase, is right before totality, and that's when the moon is almost completely in front of the sun, and you can see some really fantastic things like Bailey's beads, which are little beads of light coming from outside of the moon, as well as a diamond ring. And these are all little pieces of light that are coming from the sun through the moon's uneven surface with all the craters. So wherever the sun's coming in, we've got craters on the moon, and they are creating these beads, or this diamond. And that happens right during second contact. Then is totality, when it's completely dark, hopefully, if skies are clear, and that here is going to last a little bit over 4 minutes. And then our third contact is when it's similar to the second contact. It's when the moon starts to move away from the sun, and you may have the opportunity to see those Bailey's beads and that diamond ring. And then finally, the last, fourth contact is when the moon is completely away from the sun, and it's over.
It's over. And we're expecting that to be about 3 hours total for most places, right?
Correct, yes. And we've got some clear skies, and we've already seen first contact, so I'm fingers crossed.
For those in the path of totality where there's a break in cloud cover, or are lucky enough to have clearer skies, what can they expect of their experience?
In totality, if we have completely clear skies, we can see some amazing things. First of all, the whole sky is going to darken to not just cloud cover, but completely night. A cool thing that I have yet to see is a 360-degree sunset. So where usually we see a sunset on one side of the Earth when the sun goes down, since the eclipse happens, we should see a sunset around the whole horizon wherever you're at. That's if clear skies. If we do have clear skies, we should be able to see some of the sun's corona, which is the atmosphere around the sun, and that's right at totality. We should be able to see 2 of the 7 other planets in the sky. Most of the planets will be out, but 2 should be visible, and that's going to be Jupiter, that's going to be to the left of the solar eclipse, and then Venus, which is going to be to the right of the solar eclipse. Also, we should be able to see the comet. If you have magnified filtered view, like binoculars with a proper filter on it, you'll see a comet that's going to be close to Jupiter. It's called 12P, and some people are calling it the Devil's Comet or the Mother of Dragons. It's exciting. And then also there's some stars and some constellations that clear skies you might be able to see. The Orion main stars, Betelgeuse and Rigel. You might be able to see Aldebaran, which is part of the Taurus constellation, as well as Capella, which is part of the Auriga constellation, which is the goat herder, which I think is kind of cool.
Oh my God, that's phenomenal. I feel like you'd be really lucky if you were stood next to an amateur astronomer or any educator near you. So if you're in a place where you're watching with a watch party, go find the scientists in the space, the educators. They've got a lot to share. Now, I know that there's a lot of scientific words being thrown around. Can you just share what is the difference between what is called a penumbra and the umbra?
Okay, the penumbra and the umbra, they are different parts of a shadow. And since the solar eclipse is dealing with 3 spheres, you've got the sun, the moon, and the earth. All of them are rotating, all of them are orbiting. We're pretty much primarily looking at the moon and the sun orbiting. The shadow cast, the darkest shadow cast is called the umbra, and that's the shadow that will give you a total solar eclipse. A penumbra is a little bit more diffused. You got a little bit of light, but it is still a dark shadow, and that'll give you a partial solar eclipse. What's cool about this, a total solar eclipse, is the umbra has to actually, the tip of the shadow has to hit the earth, and that usually only happens when the moon is close enough to the earth, because the moon's orbit is not a complete circle. Sometimes it's a little bit closer to it, sometimes it's a little bit further. So that's why we're going to see a total solar eclipse, and it's going to be longer.
So I've also heard that because the moon is closer Is it because it's closer to the planet or further away from the planet that we're getting a longer time of totality than in 2017?
Yes, it's because it's a little bit closer to it. It's in its perigee, which means it's closer. Its apogee means it's further. And an apogee will give you an annular eclipse, which we had back in October. But it's close enough for that tip to hit Earth, and it's even a little bit more closer to have our path wider and giving us the longer totality.
And now, any last words about safety? Because I know everyone's been talking about how important safety when viewing the eclipse is, not just during totality, but especially wherever you are where you're seeing partial eclipses. So any words?
Yes, please, please, please wear your glasses when it is not a total solar eclipse. I tend to be on the safe side just because I have some older eyes and I want to save my eyes. You have the potential to have temporary or permanent blindness if you stare at the sun, even during the partial part of the eclipse. And it could cause things like blindness, it could cause things like distorted view, or even color changes. If you have any of those during this eclipse, please go see your eye doctor because it's very important. You can take your glasses off during totality, but I kind of err on the side of caution. Wait until it is completely totality. If you're in the path of totality, you know the time. So go by your watch, wait a couple of seconds after it starts, and plenty of seconds before, put your glasses back on so you don't run that risk. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us,
Thank
Leslie.
you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, folks. We've got some. We have a lot of people already looking up at the eclipse because the sun is peeking out. Seriously, the weather here is just changing moment by moment, so we really don't know what's going to happen next. There's a lot of things to look forward to, but especially right now on Mazatlan, they're really closing in on the moment of totality. And you know what? It's the very first spot on North America, on the continent, where the umbra, the moon's shadow, is touching down. So we want to give you a special chance to take a look at it. Just listen to the experience of folks watching on the ground. So we'll come back after that. But for now, please enjoy the view from Mazatlan, Mexico.
Sombras, sigan proyectando sombras, sigan sintiendo, sigan teniendo atención a los detalles, a lo que está pasando. Esas nubes probablemente esperemos que se puedan retirar en el momento en que ocurra la totalidad. ¿Sí? Hay unos fenómenos muy interesantes con la atmósfera, porque va a pasar que la luna va a bloquear al sol y al bajar la temperatura puede ser que esas nubes se disipen, ¿vale? No es absolutamente seguro, pero vamos a ver. Okay, estamos cerca. Sientan el eclipse. Ya casi.
Mi mamá en un barco, la Erika está en la azotea. Yo le vi la parte que es hermana. oficina. Nos mandaron información a los medios, no, seguimos mandando. Rosario, Concordia. Aquí en Mazatlán es su totalidad. Y allá es Rosario, Concordia, y Napa. O sea, ya sabes, por el lado. Allá no va a ser su totalidad. No es cierto ni nada. Yo también saludé.
Estamos cerca, faltan 7 minutos para la totalidad. ¿Preparados? Ya casi, ya casi.
All right, folks, the weather might be iffy in many parts of North America today, but if you're lucky to have clear skies or a break in the clouds, there are some fun activities you can do at home to safely experience the partial and total solar eclipse. Now, here with me is Julie Greer, one of Mesquite's volunteer educators, to show us ways we can view the eclipse if you don't have eclipse glasses. So, welcome, Julie.
Hi, thank you.
So why don't you show us a little bit of the demos that people can do at home?
Okay, so one of the fun things, if you happen to be able to stand under a tree, you can look through the branches and you'll see the shadow and the different phases of the eclipse through the branches. So that's an easy one. Yeah. And we're lucky enough that the sun is coming out. One of the other things that we've put together is a punch card, and you can hold it with the sun at your back on a shadow, and you can see the phases of the eclipse. Even though you see a square, a circle, and a triangle, when the sun is actually shining through it with the phases, you'll see the phases on the ground or on even on your hand. So it's really neat to see the different phases through that.
So these are really handy, especially for young kids who, can't really wear the glasses perfectly on their faces, right?
Yeah, so that's one of the main things, is you don't want to look into the sun. So even most houses have a colander, so you can even show a colander on the ground, again with the sun at your back, and you can see, the phases through the holes in the colander. So one of the fun things that we've been doing at our booth is actually making a pinhole viewer, and it's super simple with cardboard, foil, and so you've cut the view part of it and you fold the foil over it. This is so easy. And then you take a toothpick. Sorry.
It's live TV, folks.
And then you just poke a hole in through the foil.
Just a small hole.
Just a small hole, a round hole, and again you'll see the shadow of the eclipse on the paper, on the cardboard.
That's fantastic. What are things that this is one of my favorite activities, like looking at the shadows. What gadgets at home can people pull out of their kitchen or anything else?
So a cereal box, you can make a pinhole viewer out of a cereal box. I actually pulled this one off my refrigerator this morning. So, and again, you do it the same way with poking a hole in it and holding it up to the sun so you can see the shadow on the ground. We've got the tree branches is a good one, and the colander is an easy one to pull out of your kitchen.
Okay, how are you feeling about the weather here in Texas today?
I am so excited that the sun is coming out. It's a little bit humid, but we're used to that in Texas. We have every little phase of the weather, but the sun is out, so people are starting to look up. It's really fun to see the different faces already.
And as an educator, how are you feeling about people's reactions to the eclipse, to the science, to the things that they can do?
It's been really fun. We've been talking about how the animals are going to react, and is it safe to leave your dogs outside, and how the birds are going to quit chirping because they think it's nighttime. And so it's been fun to Google and research some of that.
What has been like the biggest question people typically ask of you?
A lot of them are, why can't I just look up the sun? Why can't they, and so you get a sunburn if you sit out in the sun too long. So imagine looking directly at the sun with your eyes and the damage that it can do to your retinas. And it's not even something that you'll notice right away. It may be something that you notice a day or two later that you sunburned your eyes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie, for joining us. We really appreciate it. And now I think we're going to throw it back to the views in Mazatlan and maybe elsewhere around the country. So.
Ok, 2 minutos para la totalidad.
¿Fuiste de Colombia?
Yo de Venezuela, soy locutora de Africana.
Ustedes son los turistas de Colombia, ¿verdad?
¿No? Yo no soy turista de Colombia.
¿Quién es? Tú eres la colombiana. Después te voy a hacer una pregunta.
esa estrella? Es un planeta. ¿Ya lo vieron? Otro más. A la izquierda. Miren al horizonte. Vean cómo parece que amanece y todo el horizonte está iluminado.
Espectáculo absoluto de la naturaleza. Vine a hacer una pasantía de investigación y me siento feliz de esta experiencia maravillosa.
¿Qué edad tienes?
Tengo 39 años.
¿Pasantía de qué?
Investigación en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México con la doctora Ana Carolina Hernández.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, a ti. Así que, ¿para dónde vas a...?
Espérate, creo que no salió nada.
Ay. Karen Ibarra.
Karen Ibarra, con I latina.
Con I latina.
¿Qué estás haciendo en México?
Estoy haciendo una pasantía de investigación en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México con la doctora Ana Carolina Hernández. Soy investigadora científica en el de máquinas. Estoy alucinando en el eclipse del
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué está pasando?
Ay, wow, que estamos de día, pero de noche también. Dos momentos en simultáneo, espectacular. Ver el anillo de diamantes es lo máximo.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, a vos.
15 segundos para el fin de la totalidad. Hay que dejar de mirar cuando yo les dé la señal.
Una pequeña mordidita, el puntito ya se está desplazando y empieza a verse el anillo de fuego.
¡Se acaba la totalidad!
Nos colocamos los lentes, ustedes ya no se van a observar el sol.
Disfrútalo, mi amor.
Ok, ahora continúa la segunda parcialidad. De aquí y hasta las 12:32 vamos a tener el fenómeno inverso. La luna se va a ir retirando hasta que a las 12:32 volvamos a tener el mismo sol de todos los días, el eclipse haya terminado y tengamos que esperar otros 3 siglos para volver a presenciar esto. Muchas gracias a todos.
Si no, las estrellas no se vieran.
gosh, folks, have you seen that? Did you see, you know, the eclipse touching down on Mazatlan all day today, this morning? Just the earliest forecasts were cloudy and potentially rainy, and just then you could see just how quickly the weather changes, you know, just in time for that moment of totality. And even after totality, that moment when you know, the diamond effect came in through, the Bailey's beads were peeking through, like, it just is so exciting, and I am living vicariously through them right now as the clouds start to cast a shadow on us instead of the moon. But you know what? There's just so much more excitement to be had, because we're gonna head over to Carbondale, Illinois. Again, the weather's been so changeable throughout the path of totality, but sometimes, look, you just never know, right? Total solar eclipses happen every few years or so, especially like where you know, it's usually on somewhere else like the South Pacific. So this is a really special thing that we are hitting so many people around this North America, this continent. So you know what? We're gonna head over to hear more from a citizen scientist setting up their solar eclipse experiments out in Carbondale, Illinois. Let's take a look.
Eclipse Broadcasting Initiative, and it's a joint venture between NASA and Southern Illinois University here in Carbondale, Illinois.
And what is your role in the study? What are you doing as a citizen scientist?
Well, you said it. I'm a citizen scientist. I was recruited. I'm an alumni here from Southern Illinois University, and they contacted me prior to the annular eclipse, which we had last October, and asked me to record that from my home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I kept the equipment, and then they asked if I might join them here in Carbondale. So I drove 2.5 days from Santa Fe and ended up here with all of this gear that you see in front of me to capture data of the solar eclipse that's happening today.
Your background is in the motion picture industry. You do not have a background as a scientist. How did you end up doing this?
That's correct. I worked in the motion picture business for about 25 years, and so I know cameras, but I don't know telescopes. So when they sent all of this to me, I had never operated a telescope. I had never operated a mount like this. Certainly I've used a computer, but all of the software was new to me as well. So there was a bit of a learning curve. However, I think that my experience, and boy, the crowd is really getting into it right now. I hope you can hear me. There's a countdown going on. But all of my experience in the movie business did help, and it prepared me to really figure out how to work this gear and get the data that NASA needed.
What is it about your experience capturing the annular eclipse in October that caught your imagination and made you want to continue?
Well, it really was something else. I didn't know what to expect. I had never been through a total eclipse, totality, or annular. Annular, of course, is when the moon only covers a portion of the sun, not quite the entirety of the disk. And it still was a very interesting, some people say it's a magical time. The sky gets dark, obviously, but there in Santa Fe, a breeze came up. It got remarkably cooler. I had to put on a sweater. It was October anyway, but still, when the sun was covered up, it's amazing how much energy we lose here on the Earth when it's darkened like that. And we saw the effect of that. So I'm really looking forward to experiencing that here when the entire disk is obscured by the moon. This should be really cool to see in another half an hour, 45 minutes from now.
What exactly are you doing here? You're on the football sidelines. You got a bunch of cameras and telescopes. What exactly are you measuring?
Well, NASA's going to have to tell me what they're using my data for. I really don't quite know what they're doing with the special files that I'm capturing using this material here, this small telescope, There's a mono camera here that records in black and white. I do have my other gear here, my DSLR over here. I've got one behind me that's shooting a wide angle. I've got the stadium in the background for that, and I'm capturing different phases of the eclipse as it happens to that camera. So when I get home, I'm going to take my images here and from the other camera, and I'm going to put them through Photoshop, and I'm going to make a nice collage of that. And in addition to that, I'm going to download the data for NASA, send it back here to Bob Baer at SIU, who's overseeing the project for the university, and I'm going to have to rely on them to tell me what they find in the data that I collect. I'm not that smart.
What do you expect to experience during totality? I mean, this is new for all of us.
Yeah, it really is. I know it's going to get cold. I hope I can see my equipment to be able to operate it, because it's going to get very, very dark very quickly. For 4 minutes, we're going to be experiencing that. I hope that we can hear the environment around us. I hope that we can hear the birds come out and start chirping and behaving differently. That happened when I was in Santa Fe with the annular eclipse a little bit. So I'm expecting more of that, only amped up because of the totality event today.
Great, thank you so much, Robert Dennis, and let's enjoy some more pictures from the eclipse.
Very good, thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're excited to be joined by Javen Gonzalez, Mesquite representative, to tell us a bit about how things are feeling here in Texas. Javen, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about Mesquite, Texas.
So in Mesquite, we're known as the rodeo capital of Texas, so we sit just right outside of Dallas.
Okay, yeah. And how has being on the path of totality affected the community, local businesses? What were you feeling here?
So there's a lot of energy here in Mesquite, just from like a lot of local businesses, the volunteers downtown. They were really excited. We started planning for this a year ago, so we felt like the community is really well prepared for what's happening and all the visitors that we have.
And Mesquite and many other communities along the path of totality hosted full weekend-long eclipse festivities, and you guys were among those. How did you roll out the red carpet for, the local folks and the visitors?
Sure, so we actually kicked it off in the most Mesquite way we could. So it's the 66th annual rodeo parade happened here in Mesquite. So we have it every year, but this year it was solar eclipse themed. So that's kind of what kicked off the festivities. We met with all of our hotels. We offered them glasses. We had a lot of international visitors who reached out to us in advance, so we kind of prepared their vacation plans and where to go while they're here.
And where are some of the people coming in from?
We have people from Copenhagen, we have people from Spain, England, Mexico, several different states. So I just talked to some people from California and Arizona, so all over the place.
That's fantastic. So I've heard, like you said, that Mesquite is really well known for the rodeo. I'm wondering, how are you hoping to keep the momentum up, the energy and, the excitement up after the eclipse?
Well, and one of the reasons why we called our Eclipse Weekend the Solar Rodeo was to kind of go back into that, because we want this to have a positive impact on our community, not just for this weekend, but for the future. I know a lot of people who have been here have been talking about, we want to go to the rodeo now that we found out that you guys are the rodeo capital, and they've driven past the arena. So we're really hoping to capture those. We've been doing a lot of incentives to follow us on social media and come back.
And any things that you're doing with the schools or the students and things like that?
Yeah, so we've been working with our local school district here since the very beginning. They're one of our big partners on this. So they have prepared all schools, so all staff, all students will have classes for today. They have lesson plans ready for today, and so all the kids are going out and observing. I'm sure they're out right now taking a look.
Were the schools closed today? It's Monday, or were they going on?
Schools are in session. Yeah, schools are in session here in Mesquite.
Any last thoughts? The weather, it keeps changing minute by minute. You're seeing it live there. Clouds are coming in, clouds are parting. We don't know what we're going to expect in 20 minutes. Any thoughts or any words of encouragement for everybody else who are also on the path of totality, possibly experiencing the same thing?
Good vibes. It's been blowing here off and on. The clouds have broken away and it gets really sunny and the clouds come back. So we're hoping that here in the next 20 minutes it's clear.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Javen. And I hope you know, things look up.
Thank you.
So we are going to have a look at all of the events that are still going on across Mexico, the U.S., and Canada. So stay tuned, take a look at our feed. If you need to find out about the latest updates and stories from around the country, you gotta go to apnews.com. Check it out. We have a live blog telling folks, you know, everything that's happening and all the weather updates, traffic updates. Earlier today, I saw there was already a standstill for folks heading up towards the New England, so the northeast of the U.S. So if you want the latest updates, go to apnews.com, and we're going to continue taking a look around the country to see what's going on, how people are faring, and maybe we'll be lucky just like Mazatlan, where the clouds will part just at the right moment. So we'll see. We've got high hopes here. Folks, we're looking at Eagle Pass, Texas right now, the border city on the border of Mexico and the U.S. And you know what? It's been cloudy, but people are experiencing totality, and they're excited, and they're just having such a phenomenal time you can just hear, you can hear the excitement. In our feed, we're seeing a live view also of the Eclipse feed from NASA, looking at the view from Russellville, Arkansas. There's just so much excitement and hope. So you know what, even if it's cloudy, you might just get to experience it anyway. The darkness and totality is just absolutely palpable. And even here where we are in Mesquite, Texas, everyone's just waiting. It's waiting. The clouds keep popping in and out. So, you know, there's just nothing quite like it. folks, here in Mesquite, Texas. It is incredible. The skies have cleared up a little bit. The clouds have parted just in time for, we have 3-4 minutes left to totality. Everyone around us have quieted down. All of the solar eclipse glasses are on faces. We're just here waiting. We are waiting for the moment. I think we'll actually get to experience this. It is so close. We have 2 minutes left. Now is the time. If you can, start looking down on the ground. If you're experiencing totality, notice what the shadow bandings look like. We've got clouds peeking through, but you never know. You never know if you'll get the chance to experience the weird shadow patterns. Take a look at trees near you. As totality is closing in, it's almost time. You guys, this is incredible. It's just slivers of the sun. And just in time, peeking behind the clouds. There is still a bit of cloud cover here, and it so happens this one cloud is just choosing to obscure a little bit of the sun, but it keeps peeking through, which adds to so much excitement on the ground. I gotta say, this is kind of reminding me of the final moments of the Super Bowl here. Just the tension is palpable. People are just waiting on edge to see and experience totality if it can happen. But the fact that through the clouds and despite the weather forecasts, we are experiencing this, it is something else, you guys. We are moments away from totality here in Mesquite, Texas. Everyone is just looking straight up. If you happen to be looking on the screen at everybody else who's wearing reds, blues, greens, and colorful clothes, now is the time to notice the Purkinje effect. When colors are just changing, the temperature here on the ground is much cooler. All of a sudden, we are seeing the tiniest sliver of the sun peeking behind the moon. I am actually getting emotional, you guys. This is incredible. Five, four, three, two, one. It is totality here. Everybody just counted down together. Cameras are up. Everybody's looking up, just experiencing this together. There are children, there are grandparents here all together. I am emotional. I can see a planet on the sky. I am crying and I can't help it, you guys. This is phenomenal. I wish Laura, our VJ behind us, could actually take a look, because you gotta come out from behind the camera, Laura, please. But we can see a planet just to the side, and even though it's peeking straight behind the clouds, we are seeing it so clearly. We are lucky that we had high clouds here today. Just as this moment, it's absolutely darkness out here. It is incredible. There are folks taking photos with their cameras. They're not really going to get the ideal thing, but like now during totality, we're going to get 4 whole minutes of this, 4 minutes and 8 seconds. People can take selfies safely just at this moment of totality. And it is incredible. Look, the solar activity right now is near its peak, and just from the ground, we are seeing how powerful the corona is peeking through from behind the moon. It is just something else, you guys. And I gotta say, for all of the drama of the weather forecast today, the clouds have made it absolutely spectacular. It's just something else. I hope you all get a chance to experience it at home in the future, if you're lucky enough to afford it, for it to come to you directly. But it is just nothing I've ever experienced before. Yeah, let me grab somebody. Hold on. We're gonna try and get an interview with people out here because this is something else, you guys. So we're just waiting to see if we can chat with somebody briefly. Right now, I'm looking around. It is darkness. It is so cool. The temperature has definitely dropped. We're not hearing much when it comes to crickets or anything. There weren't a lot of bugs near us, probably because it's so busy. But oh my gosh. And we have someone here joining us who is part of Totality and, smartly enough, wore green against my red, so you can see and test out the Purkinje effect for yourself. Please tell me your name.
Melody.
Melody, and where were you coming from? Are you a local? Or?
No, Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. How is this experience for you?
This is very exciting. My husband went to the one that was in Kansas. Yeah. I didn't go, so I came with him this time, and it's once in a lifetime kind of thing. It's very different than what I had anticipated.
Yeah. Anything that stood out for you right now in this moment? I mean, the clouds were just in and out all day.
That made it more of a community thing. We were all cheering for the clouds to move, and every time there was a gap in the clouds, there was a cheer. But just when it got to totality, it was very, it was awe-inspiring. The ring around it and how it kind of had gaseous features around it. It was just very interesting.
Was it anything like you expected? How is it different from what other people have told you about it?
I had the correct expectation as far as when the eclipse was occurring, but the actual total eclipse, that was different for me. I hadn't anticipated the ring and the gaseous effect of the ring around it.
The corona, the sun's corona. Tell me your name one more time.
Melody.
Melody, thank you so much, and please keep enjoying the rest of our 2 minutes. It's already peeking out. Folks, it looks like the diamond effect might be coming through, or there's a little bit of light. It's a little confusing because of the cloud cover, but it's starting to get bright. You can see the difference right now in the light. It's just complete darkness earlier. It just felt like it was nighttime. And even with the clouds, you still feel it. And so, for everyone else still waiting for the totality to come to them, hold out hope. It could still be this good. Can I interview you? We've got one more person to interview here. Who's a worker? Are we good? All right. Tell me your name.
I'm Brittany Huereca.
Brittany, welcome, and tell us how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling super. I mean, this is cool. Like, I have no words. Honestly, I've never seen this before. Like, I've never experienced an eclipse before. And the fact that I'm working and I am able to be out here and with my family and, you know, actually getting to see this in person, it's crazy. Yes, like I couldn't miss out on this.
How long did you know that this was happening? You're from Texas. You're from Mesquite.
I'm from Mesquite. Yes, well, I'm from Dallas. I actually went to school here in Mesquite. So I didn't know that, you know, Mesquite was going to be one of the best views of the eclipse from the whole. I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I saw that people were traveling out here, and I'm like, dang, like. I've never expected this to happen in Mesquite, you know, because we're a small town. I mean, we're growing, right? But like, we're a small town outside of Dallas, and I mean, it's crazy. We had people come out and get coffee, and they're like, yeah, we're from the UK. Like, people were coming from all over, like, just to see the eclipse.
So how did you feel emotionally at that moment of totality?
I felt like this was so, I mean, I had my kids with me, so then I was like, hey guys, like, look up, and then they were like, wow, this actually exists. Like, we see it on the books, we see it, you know, and TV and everything, but we never see it live. So that was crazy. Like, I felt, yeah, that's God's you know, creation. I love it. I love it. Yes.
What's your name?
José. José
Spanish.
Spanish, yes.
¿Y qué tal? ¿Cómo fue?
No, bien, todo bien, gracias a Dios, estuvo muy bonito, una experiencia, pues, ¿verdad? Con toda la familia y, pues, trabajando. Vendiendo chilaquiles, ¿ok? Los mejores, ¿ok? Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, folks. Gracias. All right, folks, totality's here. We are heading over to keep chasing the umbra, keep chasing that moon shadow. And now we're going to toss it over to Hot Springs, Arkansas to see how things are faring. They've had good forecasts this morning, so crossing fingers for them.
seconds.
You don't want it to go away.
We're going to take a minute to catch our breath here. Congratulations, you are now Eclipse chasers. So, just to let everybody know, you've been such an awesome crowd. The Eclipse party is going to continue here in the stadium. We know that some of you are on your way out. If you have traffic time available, you want to stick around because the traffic is going to be heavy. So just so you know, if you have traffic time available, you can stick around with us. We're going to stick around for a little while longer and see if we can get any more Eclipse feeds from some of the locations farther to the northeast. Homework in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, if they're clear. So we will encourage you to stick around, let the traffic thing out, relax and enjoy. We are also going to highlight
Joining me now to talk about some eclipses and exoplanets and the universe is NASA JPL Ambassador. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Kyle. So excited to be here with you and see totality together.
We just experienced totality together and you were here with your parents. Tell us, how did that feel?
It's amazing to get to see the whole world change and to get to see the corona, which you never get to do otherwise.
Yeah, it was really strong today. And we even got to see a few planets nearby.
You could see Venus bright and clear. Amazing.
So tell us how your research has to do with exoplanets. How does today's phenomena have anything to do with that?
I mean, in the same way that you can watch the sun get dark, we can watch other stars get dark when objects pass in front of them. And it turns out when planets like Mercury or Venus make the sun a little dimmer, we can see this for distant stars and use it to find the planets that are around them. And so we found thousands of exoplanets or planets outside the solar system using this method.
So actually, you bring up a really good point in that total solar eclipses present an incredible moment for science experiments. As a matter of fact, didn't a 1919 eclipse make Albert Einstein famous?
In 1919, looking at the total solar eclipse, they were actually able to look at stars near the sun that you otherwise wouldn't see when there's sunlight and actually check Einstein's theory of general relativity. So it's amazing the science you can do both to study our atmosphere, the sun, and understanding all of space.
And final takeaway before we head out to see more of the eclipse, what do you want people to pay attention to as they're viewing it today?
How do you feel, right? All of the changes, it's not just what you see, the temperature, the people around you, the animals around you, and really sense everything, even if you have a magic bracelet with UV beads.
Thank you so much. And we will throw it back to our views across North America of the total solar eclipse. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
That was great. Did you have a All right, folks, we're back with maybe one of my favorite topics of the day, animals and eclipses. We're being joined now, or we will be shortly, from Fort Worth Zoo with Adam Hartstone Rose of North Carolina State University. So we're just waiting to get a chance to talk to them about what things look like at the Fort Worth Zoo. Hello, Adam. How's it going?
It's going great. This has been an amazing day at the zoo.
So it looks like it's a little bit sunnier now. It's kind of the same here in Mesquite, Texas. We're kind of on the opposite ends of Dallas. How was the weather earlier during totality for you?
The weather was pretty good. So there were scattered clouds, but during totality, I think that most of us had a magical view of the eclipse.
So tell us, people react to solar eclipses with oohs and ahs, and I mean, I cried. What do we know about how animals react during the total solar eclipse?
We don't honestly know very much about how animals react during a total eclipse, but we know a little bit more now than we did an hour ago. The animals here did great things. In previous eclipses, and especially our team did some research in 2017 at a different field, and most of the animals moved towards where they're put away for the evening, but some of the animals seemed very anxious during totality. We actually had kind of a different response here. While most of the animals did go towards their evening shift, the animals remained relatively calm. Some of them seemed a little bit confused, like, did somebody forget to put us inside? But in general, like, everybody was really well adjusted. Nobody was doing sort of bonkers behavior. The most amazing behavior was some of the animals that really didn't move very much at all during totality, they definitely looked around for their shifts and thinking, like, I really need to go inside now.
So were there animals that were the same in your 2017 study and this one, or were they all kind of different? Can you tell us a little bit about, what was the same and what was different with your experiment this time?
We watched a lot of the same species. For instance, we watched a great group of gorillas in 2017, and we watched a fantastic group here at the Fort Worth Zoo. And they had a relatively similar experience. In 2017, they all moved towards their shift door, as they did here in Fort Worth. But also in 2017, one of the animals got a little bit worked up. And here, none of the animals got worked up. Some of them seemed to be a little extra vigilant, but not really stressed out. The biggest difference was in our experiences, prior experiences, everybody who watched giraffes during totality saw them galloping. And here at Fort Worth, the giraffe herd remained relatively calm. Maybe they sort of gathered together a little bit more. They gathered towards their evening shift area, but nobody seemed super stressed out.
How did you decide to start studying this research question about animals and their reactions to totality?
It was really an accidental thing. I was a professor at the University of South Carolina and affiliated with the Riverbank Zoo, both of which were on the path of totality in 2017. And we kept getting questions from the public about what do animals do during eclipses. And the truth is that we didn't know very much. We still don't know that much. But because of this lack of data, we decided to do a big study. And it turns out our study in 2017 was the largest study of animal behavior during an eclipse in almost 100 years. The previous study was done during an eclipse in 1932. And in basically all of those intervening years, there was sort of an observation of one species here and one species here, but nothing really comprehensive. So we did that comprehensive study in 2017, and here we came to try to confirm a lot of these findings and discover new stuff as well.
So what is next for you and your team? Any other eclipse chasing plans coming up?
Prior to 2017, I actually wasn't interested in eclipses at all. I was kind of almost jaded, and 2017 was mind-blowing. It was so cool. Coming here to Fort Worth, especially the Fort Worth Zoo, has been so welcoming and such an amazing organization to work with. I'm totally hooked now. I'm an eclipse chaser for sure. So we're planning to go to Spain in 2026. Maybe we'll go to Iceland. That same eclipse passes through Iceland. And then we're really excited about an eclipse in 2030 that's going through Africa and Australia. And then we'll be able to watch in the wild a lot of the animals that we've observed in captivity.
That's so great to hear. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad that the sun peeked through and gave you a little something. I mean, we were also on edge here waiting for that. So, you know, kudos and good luck with all of your research. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It was an extraordinary day at the zoo.
So we are gonna take one more look across North America to see what's going on. People's reactions. Are they still waiting to see the eclipse? Has the weather changed? There's so many questions, but no matter what, we are all just nonstop excitement about today's total solar eclipse. So let's take a look around the country.
Well, they've roped me into doing the show here. We've got stuff to talk about today on the Friday edition of NSF Live. We're going to be talking about black hole pictures. I'm going to scroll down. We've got Starship static fired twice out there at Boca. 5 years of NSF on YouTube. The last Delta IV Heavy is going to Delta IV Heavy, and I think that this show is starting 5 minutes late. Welcome to NSF Live. Roll the music.
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. FD off. Off.
It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
That's it's just going to come back to me apparently, and we're going to do a show here. I already did the intro. What am I supposed to say now? Do I introduce who's on the show? I forgot how to do this sort of stuff. Folks, it's NSF Live. Y'all know we changed it up a little bit. We've been doing it a little bit later on Fridays instead of on Sundays. We still do things